Hey guys, welcome in, welcome in. Just dealing with some technical difficulties here with the camera, but we are working on it. We are in the Discord. You guys can check out the game there. Link in the description of this video. Portland. Portugal up early. 1-0 on Morocco. Apologize again here, guys. Trying to sort out my camera. But for some reason doesn't want to cooperate. Hey Luke, welcome to the chat. Welcome, welcome. Okay, I think we're fixed. Now you guys can look at my ugly mug like usual. Boom. Hello? Am I here? Bingo. That was weird. Sorry, guys. Let's do this. I had to reset my links for some reason. Always fun. All right, we're after it. Welcome in, guys. Glad to have you here. Thanks for powering through those technical difficulties. I don't stream enough. I need some more practice. Maybe we'll do some more of this stuff, and then you guys won't have to suffer for so long on poor quality. Big games today. Big games today. This is a wonderful way to end the group. We've got Morocco and Portugal right now on Fox Sports 2. If you guys want to watch along with that, again, join the Discord. We've got it streaming there. I cannot stream it on YouTube. Apologize. But YouTube's pretty picky about using other people's content, understandably so. So we'll do our best to make an enjoyable watch along with you guys. Here, let's get set up like we were yesterday. I'm a little behind. I apologize. That camera took forever. Pull up our copyright-free music that we had on yesterday too. Ooh. Awesome. Good deal. How's this all sounding, guys? Sounds good. Awesome. Good. I think we're finally settled in. Now I can do some fun stuff. We'll set up score banner here. Update it for today. So at the same time as this game is going on, we have Tajikistan facing Panama. And it is 1-0 over there as well. So heading in today, Paraguay, Netherlands from Group A for sure through. Brazil and Thailand from Group B for sure through. Argentina and Ukraine making it through as well as Spain and Kazakhstan from Group D. So we've got Group E and Group F to sort out today. Tajikistan is in a really good position because they have 3 points going into the day. So if they come out with some results today, they will be a best third place team that makes it through to the round of 16. All they got to do is stick to the game plan here. We'll go through some of that as well. But for now, we'll just enjoy the match. Maybe at halftime, we'll start to dive into where everything is. All right, clickety-clack time. Bear with me. Man, CONCACAF is struggling this tournament, aren't they, guys? Says a lot about where things are. And I don't even think they're playing bad. Just the rest of the world is so far ahead. Had a conversation with someone about that the other day, and it was just pretty incredible. Makes you wonder if CONCACAF will pull off a get-together and combine resources to level up all together, make a better showing for all CONCACAF teams. Yeah, you know, Luke, it's interesting because I think for that to happen, it has to start in the United States because that's where there's profit in sports, and even then, it's probably debatable. It's a weird one, isn't it? Because they need the buy-in of the bigger countries to be in for this to make sense. But United States is the big country in CONCACAF, and they don't care. It could be the catalyst. Yeah, for sure. I'd say even Mexico. I think if Mexico were to really dive into something, I don't think it would be as large of a catalyst, but that's another country that has some dabblings in other versions of indoor soccer that aren't recognized by FIFA in a number of ways. There's the they're involved in MASL with a few clubs. They have their own they call them five-a-side, but it's indoor on turf, not on a futsal court. These kinds of things that I think if Mexico made that big jump, that could be something very interesting. Canada, I don't know. I don't think they quite have the market or the viewership to have the impact that a Mexico or a US could, but I think they're very important to the equation. And they certainly impressed me at CONCACAF with the way they handled business. But I know that behind the scenes, you know, when it comes down to money and the budget and running this thing, they've got a lot of the same problems that everyone else in CONCACAF does, and that's there is none. If Mexico jumps to futsal, it makes you wonder if USA gets jealous. That crazy X. If the music's too loud, let me know. Oh, Cicero. What is the version of that for futsal, I wonder? Is that like Ocho Acero? Yellow card there. Paco. Video support. Here we go. What do you guys think about this in futsal? It's not VAR, it's video support. Different. I think that the rules for when you can use it and how you use it are a little different. Like, I don't think you could use VAR on this in the outdoor game. Looks like he did get ball first. It's a tough challenge, but it might overturn this. Oh, they're reviewing for a red card. I see. He did come in pretty hard. Red feels harsh to me. Let's see what they say. Let me see if I can unmute this and you guys can hear it.
After review, foul, reckless. Final decision, no red card.
All right, they're sticking with the yellow. Cool. I think that's the right call. I mean, reckless, yeah, that was a bit of a risky challenge. He did get ball first, but oh boy. The coach's face says it all for Morocco. I mean, that was rough and tumble. I think that's one of the cases where slow-mo might have actually helped. A lot of times I feel like when we see these things in slow motion, they look 100 times worse. That almost made that challenge look better. Welcome to the stream, guys. Those of you that are new, just joining in. I cannot air the game here on YouTube, but you can join our Discord community, and we have it going on there. So, oh, whoops, I'm on my Chrome tabs in there. Good call, Luke. How did that happen? Let me see something here. Good thing I'm not showing any passwords or anything, huh? Thought I'd only selected my Fubo tab. Does that look better, Luke? Yeah, join our Discord community. Check out the voice channels Pivo. You'll be able to see the stream there. I will take the monthly charge from Fubo on your guys' behalf because I like you so much. Ooh, Ziki almost finds two. That's the one thing for Morocco heading into this tournament. I think that their defense is sometimes a little suspect. Good coverage by the keeper. And you are against one of the best young players in Europe when you're up against Ziki. That's just it. That's the truth. Ziki's incredible. I'm a big fan of his. I think heading into today, technically, both these teams are guaranteed through. But they're not marked mathematically officiable on FIFA's page, so I'm going to follow suit for now. We'll just update at the end of this game. But both these teams are through. It's just a matter of who they play based on how they place. So we got Group E. So whoever wins this game is facing Kazakhstan in the round of 16. And then whoever gets second place in this match is likely facing Iran, depending on how that game goes at 11 against France. We've definitely got some interesting matchups today that are going to decide who faces who. The games themselves are actually going to be really good, I think, as well. This one so far, very good. Low scoring, but man, this has been very good back and forth. Putting the poll in the chat. Who you guys got? I think Morocco might be able to stun some people as a dark horse and win this whole thing. Or at least that's what I thought heading into the tournament. They've had a couple of roster changes I wasn't expecting right at the last minute. Maybe not quite as strong, in my opinion, as I originally thought they'd be. Interesting. Working with Luke in the background on. Making sure this stream looks good for you guys in the Discord. Portugal definitely seems to have a little more control of this game. Oh, Panama just had a big swing in momentum. They're up 2-1. It was literally still 1-0 not 3 minutes ago. I think Panama mathematically is pretty out based on goal differential. I mean, they're coming to this game in negative. Well, actually, even right now, they're at negative 13 goal diff. Even if this stands. Or no, that's not right. FIFA's group page is a little odd. It's showing that everybody's played 3 games, but it's not updating with their scores and fixtures. It's not real time. So outside of potentially spoiling the party for Tajikistan, Panama really doesn't have much to play for. If I'm Tajikistan, I'm trying to get a hold of this game and put Panama on their heels and hopefully just grinding them down. But Panama paying for pride. I mean, we're talking CONCACAF champs here. No points yet. Tough group. You know, you win CONCACAF and you get awarded with Morocco, Portugal, and Tajikistan in your group. That's brutal. That's a tough crowd. Text my my buddy last letter. I think he's working today, but I'm curious what he's up to. Keeping the pressure on. Portugal definitely looking the better of the two sides so far. Nice little supporter section there. Crowd looks good. One of these days, Futsal News is going to have to make it to a World Cup. I'd love to see what this atmosphere is, watch a host team's game. I mean, I would have loved to have been a part of that Uzbek crowd 2 days ago. That's the kind of stuff that you remember forever. I mean, when I think of sporting experiences, you know, obviously you have your memorable moments as a kid playing. But for me, the things that really stick out in my head when I think of like top sports experiences I've had in my life, it's being a fan. And I think that USA versus Mexico in Columbus, Ohio, is probably my top experience. And it wasn't the biggest crowd I was ever a part of, but the hype, the rivalry inside of the building, the intensity of the game was all just palpable. I'll never forget that. Being one section away from the American Outlaws, being a part of the chants, and all that stuff. I mean, it just makes such a huge difference. Actually, this stands. Panama jumps Tajikistan to third place. That really kills any chance of a Group B team coming out as the best third place team, I think. I think that's a really good scenario for Croatia, I believe, and even possibly Afghanistan. They want to see that. They want to see Panama win. Ooh. Have you heard any rumors for the next World Cup location? Oh, we're so far away from that, I think, Luke. I mean, the location for Uzbekistan wasn't even announced until what? Spring? Or was it the winter? I want to say it was less than a year. And then we know from interviewing Chris Grabus from Canada on the channel that they didn't even tell the referees who was in their pool officially for this tournament until June. You got 3 months to make international travel plans to be a referee at this match. I'm even suspicious of how this decision process happened for this World Cup. I mean, I don't doubt that Uzbekistan had a positive bid, and when you look at the fact that they have 2, I think, brand new arenas that they're opening up with this tournament, that there's a lot of hype there and a lot of excitement, and I don't think we've seen a 3-location futsal tournament in a long time, if ever. It's actually kind of fairly unnecessary, but the fact that they were able to kind of showcase their new facilities and be able to win this bid is great. I think a lot of people thought it was going to be Morocco. In fact, there's a lot of people that are well connected, way better connected than me, that was fairly official for a period of time. And then it suddenly switched. And they claimed when they made the announcement that USA had bid to be a host, as did Iran and India, and I believe Vietnam. But there was no noise around any of those other countries at all about the bid, which is very possible because the way US does things with futsal and their other extended national teams, you don't know until you know. They don't really do the build up like France has done, building up their bid for hosting the Euro. You know, they did a hype video and everything. Really campaigning and pushing for that. And they unfortunately didn't get it, but I think, oh, that's a penalty. That's a penalty. Bad challenge from Morocco there. Unnecessary as well. Ooh, yeah. I wonder if this becomes any more than a penalty. Fifth foul for Morocco as well. I mean, we got less than 2 minutes to go here, but you don't want to have to get away from you if you're Morocco. Excuse me, guys. If you guys are just coming into the chat, we are streaming the game on Discord if you want to watch the physical game. So check us out there. And then stick around and talk futsal with us after the World Cup. Great take. I mean, this is Portugal. They're not going to miss that. They're not going to miss that. It's almost automatic. That's awesome. Still 2-1 in the other match. Panama hanging on. About 2 minutes to go in their match as well, it appears. Fifth attacker out for Morocco. big difference here from how Morocco plays their fifth attacker compared to, say, when Uzbekistan was doing it the other day against Costa Rica. They looked really uncomfortable. But I know Morocco practices this. They were running a fifth attacker during the Africa Cup of Nations matches, even as they were ahead. They were just running it as a drill, I believe, against Angola for sure, and I believe Libya. Or was it? It might have been Egypt. It might have been when they faced Egypt. Ziki making the break. They love those over the tops to Ziki. Yeah, I think you're going to find that Morocco is much more willing and much more effective with their fifth attacker. Excuse me, guys. A little sniffly. Those foul fall allergies are starting to kick in for me here in the Midwest. Curious to see if Panama is able to keep this up. They're going to have a tough second half ahead of them, I believe. It's wild to me that we are not seeing more fifth attacker or flying keeper. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think in the last few days, though, right, Luke? I mean, you're playing for all or nothing to get out of this group. Only 4 of the best third-place teams make it. You know, do you throw everything you have at it? I feel like I would. Doesn't mean it's the right decision, but that's... I mean, you look at the best third-place teams right now. 4 of the best go through. And as it stands... Libya is actually the 4th best third place team with a -9 goal differential. So the field is kind of allowing you to take that risk, I think. The difference is we have the benefit of watching the live results together, whereas these guys, you know, the last games of the group are simultaneous, so they can't do that. Like Miguel from yeah, you know, Miguel, someone who's not afraid to get out of the box. You know what's interesting is it seems like I look at take Palma for example. There's the half. All right, 2-0 at the half. Portugal up. Looks like it's going to be 2-1 to end the half in the other game, but they're technically not. We're in the final seconds over there. Keep an eye on that. But yeah, it's interesting because you take someone like Palma. They have 2 keepers that they regularly use on their roster, and they actually, it seems like they have someone that's kind of a specialist at penalties, and then their run of play keeper. You know, does that shift to we want someone that's a little more of a field player, is like a pseudo fifth attacker? Or do we keep that penalty kick specialist? Panama sneaks another one in right before the half. Wow. Man, guys, I am glad I'm not putting money on these games because it'd be a rough weekend. I did not expect Ukraine-Afghanistan game to get away like that. I did not think Uzbekistan would lose to Costa Rica on Friday. And I don't think anybody saw the Netherlands beating Paraguay on Friday either. A lot of crazy matches to end things here in the group stage. Really exciting stuff. Well, hey, while it's halftime, let's take a look at how the bracket looks so far. Flip-flop these. There we go. Right. So this is what we got so far. If things stay the way they go with current standings, then you would see Portugal take this spot here in 1E. You'd see Morocco get thrown on the opposite side here. And they'll face the winner of today's 11 o'clock match between France and Iran. So the only match we know for sure going into today, we're going to see in the round of 16 is the Netherlands versus Ukraine. That'll be on Tuesday. Do we not have the times? I bet there's times under here. Let's go to scores and fixtures. Here we go. That's an 11 a.m. game on Tuesday for my Eastern Standard people. These third place matches, we'll find out at the end of the day today. Very interesting. And then quarterfinals on Sunday. I don't know. My schedule's a little tight next weekend. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do a watch along with you guys on these, but I'm going to try. I was planning on being in Lansing in the morning on the 29th, but maybe I can leave the night before and be able to do this stream with you guys in the morning. We'll keep an eye on that. What do you guys think? What do you guys think of the field so far? Very interesting results. 3-1 officially halftime. Still with the Samba boys. Yeah. Brazil's looking good. They've not had quite the competition as some of the other top teams, but they're doing what Brazil does at tournaments and looking pretty flawless in the group stage. Have they given up a goal? I don't know that they've even let a goal in. They did. They did. Thailand, because they were tied. That was a close match with Thailand in the first half, and then they came undone. I think Croatia snuck one in too. But they won against Cuba. They really set the tone with that 10-0. Federal is definitely back. He looks unhindered from his injury from earlier in the year. So you can always count on him to create some noise. Really want Thailand to do well. Yeah, I do too. I'd like to see some fresh faces. But they're gonna have getting second place out of that group in Brazil puts them in a really tough draw. You're gonna have either France or Iran. That's gonna be a very tough ask of Thailand in either scenario. But they'll likely have Iran, if I had to guess. Or no, excuse me, France. They'll likely have France. That's one of the few slots where I think we have two second place teams up against each other. Might be the only slot that is that way. But I think they'll end up against France. And I could see that going either way. I'm not super impressed with Thailand this tournament. Like, they've definitely had moments where they look like themselves, but there's been other times where I kind of question. There's sometimes defensively they have liabilities where they just, I don't know what happens, but they just kind of sleep. They didn't look super convincing in that Croatia match to me, as far as making a deep run. France going deep would be great. Yeah, I was talking to someone earlier in the week, and we were talking about France, and I haven't really gotten to watch them play other than the highlights, but my friend did, and said that they looked really convincing in their match. So I could see them doing a deep run. It would be good for futsal if they did, because that's a country that's making some really big investments. It's good for business if the people who are investing do well. Keep them interested, please. $30 million convincing. Yeah, they did what? Almost 16 million euro in investment over a 4-year period. And they've seemingly hacked something that the US struggles with, and I would imagine the world struggles with across all sports. And that's when you get to that teenage level of kids. There's so many other distractions in the world and better things for them to be doing. Like, how many of them stick with sport, of any sport? Very interesting to see what happens in France from that. They found a way to really tap into the schools, get kids interested, keep kids interested, keep youth interested. Oh, there's nothing worse than getting an automated work email on a Sunday to remind you reality is right around the corner. Financially and exposure wise. Yeah, that's the thing, is there's just so much distraction getting into that high school age. And I think our interview with Rob really highlighted that when we did our interview with Rob Andrews with United, to the point that they're not even interested in participating at that age group because it doesn't make business sense. And I understand that. I understand the business side of the business, but it is kind of sad that, one of the big organizations in our country that is supposed to be fostering the sport kind of is giving up more or less on that segment. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I understand they got to make money and be a viable business to keep doing what they're doing with the rest of the youth groups, but those are the kind of things I'd like to see all of the futsal organizations in the United States put a little more effort into, because clearly it makes a difference. France proves it. There is a very public plan that they have advertised, preached, and followed that has led to immediate success in a 4-year period. First ever World Cup. Competitive in the Euros. And their futsal community has grown substantially over that time period. And I've talked to other people around the world that have really encouraged, hey, we need to, if someone can figure out how to do that in the United States, that'd be a big game changer for everyone. But I think one of the things that's a unique challenge here in the US for us, on top of the regular challenges of keeping people interested, is that every state's a little different as well. As far as engagement, rules for when teenagers can and cannot participate in other sports during off season. Is futsal an offshoot? Is it far enough away from soccer it doesn't count, or is it too close? Not making excuses, but it helps to have a country where soccer is the alpha sport. We have battles against football, baseball, and basketball. Yeah, absolutely. Well, and the other thing too, Luke, is it shows in our phys ed courses. I mean, I don't know about you, and times are a lot different now than they were when I was a kid, I'm sure, but like when we were in phys ed class, those are the sports we were taught. Didn't play much soccer. We were playing flag football. We were playing baseball. And we were playing basketball and dodgeball, of all things, you know. Are they still allowed to play dodgeball in school, or is that too hard of an event for today's softer environment? I don't know. Might be a little too harsh. That big L word, liability. Nobody cared if you got a black eye in dodgeball in gym when I was a kid. Now you might get sued. I don't know. You can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. That's right. Classic. Aw, little baby in the crowd. So to call back to yesterday's conversation, but that reminds me of when I took my wife and daughter up to Lansing to catch a game a couple years ago. If I have that photo on my desktop. Actually, it would be here. Nope, I don't have it on my desktop. There's some other futsal baby pictures. I'll have to find that for another time, but I do have a picture of a little baby in the stands at Lansing Arena. Here we go, second half. Curious to see if the strategy changes at all for Morocco. They tried to fly the keeper at the end of the first half. I wonder if they do that early here or if they stay calm and trust the process to start things. If you guys are just joining the stream, don't forget we are live in Discord with the actual game. And then you can watch along here. If you're on one screen, oh wow. Big mess up there from Morocco. That was a hell of a blunder. Ooh. 3-0. Major miscommunication from the back line there. Keeper's furious with that one. Man, that was not good for Morocco. Caught ball watching a little bit. Bad pass from the keeper. There you go, Luke. That was kind of what we were talking about earlier, where the keeper's coming up himself. Great little play there. Second half underway across town. I say across town. It's not really across town. Wherever that other game is. Bukhara. Real uphill battle here for Morocco now. That's some of that defensive trouble I was talking about before that I was a little nervous about. It's got to be that, the new wave of good with their feet. Well, that's, you know, that's the most exciting thing about, oh, here we go. Breakaway for Portugal. Ooh. Man. Morocco needs to clean up these unforced errors. They don't really look themselves so far in this second half. A lot of time to clean it up, but Portugal's the kind of team that is going to punish you for that constantly. Sorry about that, guys. Yelling goodbye to the toddler as they head off. Really awesome match. Really good games. Hey guys, I just want to thank you guys for being here first and foremost. Uh, if you're just tuning in, we're doing the watch party here because I can't stream the game on YouTube. But if you want to catch the game and you don't have access to it, you can go to our Discord channel. I've pinned a link from Luke's comment earlier in the stream. So it's nice and accessible for you guys from the chat. Click on that link, join us in the Discord. We got some people chatting in there as well. Oh my gosh. What a rip. Great layoff by Zicky. Whew. My man's going to be feeling that tomorrow. Holy moly. Frito, what's up? I saw you in the Discord, man. Thanks for joining us. Hope everyone's having a good time here. I thought Morocco would be a little more competitive than this. My dark horse take is looking bad at the moment. Still a lot of tournament, though. I'm not worried about it. A lot of tournament. Of course, yeah, my pleasure. Another rocket. Holy cow. See what's going on in the other match. Still 3-1. Panama up. That's very interesting. So, Luke, that kind of goes back to what we were talking about before. Is that where you start throwing your fly keeper right away? Because if you're Tajikistan, you really gotta consider the fact that if you win or tie that game, I think you have to, well, you have to win. You win that game, there's a really good chance you're through as a best third place team. So do you throw everything you got at it? Or do you play conservative and stick to the plan? Or at what point do you decide, okay, we need that extra attacker? Portugal seems to be turning the screws in the second half. Yeah, I thought, oh boy. Yeah, you know, today's results are looking good for Croatia. They're getting the help that they need to make sure they get through. I think you might be in good shape, Frido. Their goal diff is low. Seems like league play is a lot of fly keeper. Maybe coaches are just not as bold in tournament play. I think that at this level, compared to league play, you get punished so much harder for mistakes or turnovers that coaches feel they have to be a little more conservative. I know that's what would be going through my head if I was in this position, is you were playing the absolute best from each country in theory. Very interesting. For Croatia and Portugal in the World Cup. Oh yeah. See, I like to do that too. I usually grab like a bandwagon team and then cheer for my home country. But US made it easy for me this cycle. There's no home country to cheer for, so really like what Portugal does the whole way around as far as how they manage futsal. I know Chris Fernandez up in Canada was able to make some really good connections there, and they even helped with coaching resources for the Canadian coaches and things to improve the sport in North America, particularly Canada. And they had 30 people show up, go to Lisbon to train as coach. I like how Morocco plays their fifth attacker too. You see how deep he plays. When Uzbekistan played their fifth attacker, when Thailand did it, their fifth attacker tends to sit center court. Whereas Morocco is basically playing both posts. Someone's always on back post this way. You didn't really see it there, but they'll shift in and out with the run of play across the other three players. So the pivot and the fifth attacker going from, if the ball is on their side of the court, they're coming out to the touch line to create support with that extra pass and try and find that middle. And then when it goes to the opposite side of the court, they're coming to that back post to create that little extra opportunity there, that back post run. Morocco's starting to see a little bit more of the ball, but not quite dangerous just yet. Tajikistan pulls one back. It is 3-2 in that match. Two monitors? Yeah, Frido. I tried for a short period of time just do one monitor while doing the streaming stuff, and it was painful. And my second monitor is not as big as my first. I just got a cheap one just so I could have a second monitor, and even then, it makes a world of a difference for me to be able to put up like my Discord or my OBS on one side and be able to keep the important stuff like chatting with you guys or watching the game on a big screen. My main monitor, I think, is 27 inches, and my secondary one's 24. 26 and 24. That's probably what it is. Oh, so yeah, see, my, for me, for space, it's very tight on my desk. And my second monitor does hang over the edge just a little bit. I probably need to take my tower and put it underneath my desk. Not quite ready to make that change just yet, but that's because I got real little kids and I don't want them climbing on my tower and pressing buttons. So until the kids get a little bit older, I'm just dealing with a compact space for the moment. Thank you, Frido. Yes, thank you. I love that aquarium. That was a ask for forgiveness, not permission purchase from the wife. She got somewhat bamboozled on that one. Space here for Morocco. Let's see what they do with it. It's 240 gallons. Pretty big. Today's maintenance day, so after this, I gotta run to the aquarium store, buy some more salt, mix new water. So today's the day I get a little up close and personal, precious time with the aquarium. I noticed that I've got some salt stains on the black finish too. I need to clean up that are, ironically, you'd think with all the extra light coming out of the aquarium you could see more, but because of the blue light and the shadows that the aquarium casts against my lighting in the basement here, there's a lot of stuff I can't see on the outside until times like this in the morning where my basement lights are on but the aquarium lights are off. I just noticed how much streaking I have that I need to clean. Apparently it's been neglected. Is it hard to maintain? Yes it is. I have spent thousands of dollars because of mistakes I've made in learning this hobby. I did freshwater aquariums for 10 years and wow, great save there. You're right, though, Luke. Morocco is knocking on the door. They're feeling more and more lethal as we go here. They're starting to get comfortable. They've had a lot of control of play compared to the first half. Yeah, right. So I've made mistakes and errors, and then on top of that, the maintenance is... Ooh! There it is! First goal for Morocco on the putback. Suddenly there's life. Oh, lucky bounce off the post to come right back to him like that, huh? To get 2 shots. Fairly uncontested like that. A little unusual for Portugal. Assist himself. Yep, that's right. Do they have enough time? I think they do. Just under 7 minutes. It's a lot of time in futsal. I mean, look at the opposite match, Panama to Tajikistan. Suddenly Panama's up 2-1 in a matter of a couple minutes. And I think we saw that yesterday, too, where that Angola match against Argentina to start the match, suddenly they're on fire. But then Argentina turns it around in similar fashion within a short period of time. 2 world-class teams, though. Anything can happen here. Morocco looking way more comfortable right now. I don't know how you guys feel, but I feel like they look way more comfortable than they did in the first half. A little more swagger about them. But yeah, Frido, that's cool, man. Yeah, Zicky's an easy player to like. I mean, he seems like a good guy off the court as well. He's always all smiles. So strong. Yeah, he's physically strong. He's talented. His foot skills. I mean, he's a very good all-around player. It's crazy to think that he was, he's what, 22, 23 only? He's young. We're going to see a lot of Zicky. And he is so good too. I mean, it's hard not to enjoy watching these guys. Pivo means beer in Croatian. If it was a little later in the day, I'd be enjoying a little pivo. For now, just coffee. Ooh, great work there by Zicky. Speaking of that strength. You guys are just joining us in the chat, welcome to the stream. We're doing a bit of a watch companion with the World Cup today. Trying to keep the results up to date in the ticker down below. And then we are streaming the game in our Discord channel. So check out our pinned comment with our Discord link. And you can watch the game there if you're looking for the actual game. Panama finds another goal. It's 4-2 over there. That's good news for you, Frido. That's good for Croatia. CONCACAF getting more points out of this group stage than I thought they would, honestly. I thought they'd be lucky to get 3 points out of it. They've ended up with 4 so far, and then they'll get another 3 today if the results stand. Which is good. I'm glad I'm being proved wrong on that. I didn't mean to be a pessimist going into it. I just was looking at the rosters and the teams, and CONCACAF had a pretty tough draw. Our 2 finalists had probably 2 of the toughest groups. I think Guatemala's had a tough go. I mean, all the contest the whole way around this tournament has been very good. Great cut. 3.5. The second half is kind of flying by, isn't it? Feels fast. Are Andre and Bruno brothers? That's a good question. I don't know, actually. I'm not sure. I do not know the answer to that. I can't even pretend like I'm not with her, but she's with him. Oh shit. Just under 3 to go. Portugal probably wants to see at least 1 more goal out of this. Morocco's a good enough team to punch 2 in quickly if they can get a couple of quick mistakes and take advantage. Good run of play. I don't think they are. I think Coelho is... I don't know what the equivalent of this would be in Croatia, but in America, like a Mr. Smith or a Mr. Johnson is a fairly common name. Vulcans had a goalkeeper, Coelho, who was really, really good. He only played in their opening match, home match, and away match, but I think he was originally from the Northeast, like Connecticut or New York area. But he had made the trip to Ohio to be a part of the roster, which to me was wild. He was a ton of fun to watch play. So much fun. Really animated goalkeeper. You know, he's one of those keepers that after every save, you know, he's hyped up. Loved it. And as someone that was new to futsal at the time, watching him, that was kind of a that felt unique to me. Oh, counter here for Portugal. Does Ziki finish it? Oh, he does. Oh, wow. Morocco keeper actually gets a save, but that is a hell of a deflection. You got to feel that puts the game away at this point in time for Morocco, right? I mean, what, a minute 40 to go? Selfless play. Fortunate deflection on the putback. Ziki's smart to stretch that leg out, though. God, he is just so good. Yeah, keeper was close. That was just an unfortunate deflection, I think. It's just taking Morocco a little too long on their offensive plays to find that break as well. I credit to Portugal because they've had a very tight defense. That's not a knock on Morocco. That's just Portugal's really had things well. And as I say that, they find the break. But that's really that play right there is really the only type of opportunity I've seen Portugal give is Morocco finding the baseline and then cutting back out into the middle is the only way they've really been able to dissect that really tight diamond that they've put together. But it's just taking a little too long for Morocco to get there, to find it. You know, Friday they showed a lot more of the standings on the last day than they've had the last 2 days, but there they just flashed it again, and if things stand, then Panama gets that third place spot, but isn't there a football quote that says that defending wins you games? I'm sure there is. It's kind of common across all sports. You know, the phrase I always hear here, Frido, is offense sells tickets, defense wins championships. Attack wins you games, defense wins you titles. Yep, there it is. Similar deal. When I was a kid, back before soccer.com, it was called, oh, geez, forgive me. I can't remember now. What was soccer.com before it rebranded, Luke? Do you remember? It was called something else. But I used to get the physical magazine as a kid, and I'd go through all the different t-shirts and jerseys, and I had one that said offense sells tickets and defense wins championships. I'm aging myself because soccer.com has been soccer.com forever. What was it? I'll never remember. That was so many years ago. Just an old fart. There's the game. There you have it, guys. Tajikistan bringing one back. It's 4-3 over there. Wow. Great match. Great match. Morocco certainly has some things to clean up before the knockout round. They need to figure out a couple of those defensive lapses I mentioned at the beginning of the match that I was concerned about. Next game? Yeah, Luke, next game is going to be France versus Iran in just over an hour. This game ended really early compared to yesterday, so we got some downtime. So with that, guys, we're going to see Kazakhstan versus Portugal. And then Morocco is waiting for the winner of this next match. That's interesting. Tough road on both sides of the table already when you've got Argentina looming in the back. I think right now this side of the table here on the right side is the tougher path. Ukraine seems to have cleaned up some of their mess that they were dealing with. Their showing against Argentina, I don't think was very fair of what to expect from them. Spain, always tough. I think that they make it to the semis based on this field, but I can't see them knocking off of Brazil or Morocco, whoever ends up here between those two, or an Iran or France. All very tough matches. So yeah, very interesting. We've still got 4-3 in the other match as well. So we'll see where that goes too. It's going to be very interesting line of results. Hamza, welcome. You think Morocco have more chances to win with Iran or France? I think kind of want to see how today's game goes before I answer that question, to be honest, because I thought France would do well in this tournament, but the way that this bracket is shaping up and the way France has played is a little better than I expected. Depending on how this shakes out today, I want to see how France performs against a top-rated club like or a country like Iran. I really do, but to know for sure what they're about. It's right now Venezuela, Guatemala, they just haven't looked good. But my gut tells me, and traditional results would tell me that Morocco would have a better chance against France. I think that's a better draw for them. But then again, if France beats Iran today to set up that match, then is it really any better? Big question marks. Big question marks. If you guys are new to the channel, welcome. First of all, thank you for being here. We're doing watch parties today. One thing that's a little different today than yesterday, we may have a guest. My daughter is sleeping right now, but I'm home alone with her. So if she wakes up, I got to jump away and take care of that, obviously. So there may be a chair stream for a little period of time during the games. But outside of that, as a fan of futsal, you want to see France do well. Will be a guidepost for other countries to follow for building futsal. I agree. I think France is good for business as far as futsal is concerned. Although even then, that could be debatable because, speaking of business, you know, it takes more than results to prove that there's something worth investing in. It's going to take the marketing dollars coming back to the French Federation to prove that that works and that it was worth the investment. It's twofold. That's the crazy thing about sports, is it's not just about the results on the court in this case, or on the field, or insert sport here. It's also about how much money comes back to the federation for making it marketable. But part of it being marketable is the success of the team. So this is huge. True, but success helps. Absolutely. Absolutely. Opinion on how hard it is to watch futsal. Frido, do you mean as far as accessibility to fans, or watching the game as a whole and getting the whole picture? So I think as far as accessibility to fans, I think it's too hard. As far as discoverability, I think it's too hard. You know, look at today. Part of it is the way that Uzbekistan structured their tournament. They have multiple arenas going at once, which I think when Lithuania did it 3 years ago, they had 2 facilities. And I think part of that was because for days like today, for the group, you want the final group matches playing at the same time. You don't want them seeing other results. Um, but Uzbekistan has structured their games to where there is just constantly multiple games at once. So from a TV rights perspective, Panama just made it 5-3, by the way, guys. So Panama, in the last 2 minutes, has a 2-goal lead. They're looking good to wrap that up. Good for Croatia, Frito. Good for Croatia. But yeah, seeing how they've structured the schedule, there's really a lot of overlap. And in a case like the US TV rights, yes, Fox has rights to all the games, but they're putting the other game on Fox Soccer Plus, which, translation for those of you out of the country, it's hard to get Fox Soccer Plus without paying a lot of money or having streaming services, additional streaming services. So those are all things that make it difficult. I'm going to end this stream in Discord for now. Until the next game starts. Give my computer a little break here. Fox is playing an old episode of Take Us Home anyway, and see, like, this is a perfect example. It's like, that's a great opportunity for Fox Soccer to throw to the other game, but we don't get that. I'd like that to be a little more discoverable. Croatia already qualified. I think before today, there was a very slight mathematical chance they didn't, wasn't there? Or did I do my math wrong? Costa Rica for sure through. Yeah, you're right, actually. Croatia does look like they're pretty well set. You're right, Hamza. I think going into this, they actually were in good shape. The only thing that I was a little unsure of with my math was if Tajikistan made it through, does that bump them? But it looks like with that -1 goal diff, they're in pretty good shape. I think they're in good shape. Croatia is definitely one of your best third place teams, it looks like at this point, for sure. I'm interested to see what England streaming is like this year. Yeah, Luke, that's so that's the interesting thing. So England is such a strange animal for futsal. They had this TV deal, which makes them look like they have it together, but they really don't. If any English people are in the chat, I apologize for my harshness, but they really don't have it together. They've got a lot of the same problems that the United States does when it comes to just the organization, reactive versus proactive. And it's kind of a similar scenario to the US, where there's clubs that are reactive and doing things right and doing things well, but the organization of the league as a whole seems to be somewhat suspect. And they did not take advantage of their TV deal in any way, shape, or form over those 3 years. They didn't push it hard enough, in my opinion. That's a huge get. You should be screaming that from the rooftops that you have TV rights deals. And the teams didn't advertise it well. The league definitely didn't. In regards to accessibility, I'm a fan of the social media platform. Free, but you can pay to not have ads. Also, toner discoverability in some platforms. Yeah, and then paying to not have ads still benefits the streamer. So when you're monetized, say on YouTube, for example, if someone has YouTube Premium and isn't paying for ads, their viewership still pays you. You still get a cut of that based on them paying for the premium. So you not wanting to watch ads doesn't hurt the streamer you're watching. Twitch used to be a really good platform for people. It was really easy to get to a partnership level where you could get paid, but now There's just so many ads on Twitter, it'd be unwatchable. Frido, I know being in Croatia, US streaming would be tough for you. What time is it in Croatia right now? 4 p.m. Yeah, so we'd be streaming like be streaming in the middle of the night for you, I think. 4 p.m. means you're 6 hours ahead of me. Yeah, that won't work. I was gonna say you should follow FCS, but that ain't gonna work. Panama 7-3. 8-3 now. There's another one. Whoa. I can only imagine that Tajikistan's flying their keeper. Wish I could see that match. So dumb that we can't get access to that. Easier access to that. Panama doing work. We'll buy a Panama jersey now. Hey, Frido, those Panama jerseys look nice, man. And they just redid their crest. Very clean. Very clean. I think Brazil's got some of the sexiest jerseys in the Futsal World Cup right now, though. Your designer? Oh, that's cool. Well, then, hey, that means a lot that you're chiming in as opposed to a stooge like me that doesn't know any better. Those of you guys that may be new to the channel, we are doing a lot with FCS now, Futsal Champion Series, which is a league here in the United States. I am working for them this year, which is different. I've always been neutral and stayed out of that mess, but I've decided to give it a go and help FCS this year. And if things go well, obviously we'll continue. But one of the things I used to do in the past when I very first started the channel was called a predictions league. If you guys are interested, you're welcome to join us. I can show you how it works while we're waiting for the next kickoff. Let me pull up my example here. So in week 1 of FCS, there's only one game, so this helps make for a nice, simple example for you guys. Share my desktop here. So this is kind of what it would look like. So game 1 in week 1 is Jenga at Detroit. So Cincinnati, Ohio versus Detroit, Michigan. And what we would do is you would put in your predictions. So let's say the majority of the field thinks that Jenga is going to win, but Luke thinks Detroit is going to win. If Jenga wins, all of us get a point. It's still all messed up. What the heck? And because 75% of the field voted for the correct winner, and they were favored by the fans, you would get a 0.25 outsiders bonus, reflected here. So your total score would be 1.25. Now, if it went in reverse and Detroit won, then this would go away. And Luke would actually get this bonus here. Oops. So because Luke picked the underdog and got it correctly according to the fans, he gets a higher outsider bonus. So there's some risk reward to trying to pick underdogs and not just picking who's favored every single week. So this is a fun little thing I've been doing to try and create some more interaction with the futsal fans. I also see, seeing FCS stream for the first time this year, I want to try and help them out and create some additional focus and some additional fan interaction. So if you guys are interested in doing something like this, all you have to do is say that you are. Find me on either Twitter or on Discord. Discord is best. And we could do something like this and do a standings and have a potentially valuable prize at the end. So something to think about if you guys are interested. I want to create as much focus as I can on American futsal this year. And then you guys could stay tuned with us on keeping an eye on that once the FCS YouTube page is cleaned up, I'll start advertising it. We've got a page created, but it needs put together. I was thinking of making futsal famous by making edits of Futsal World Cup. Yeah, there's some really great YouTube channels that do that kind of thing, and they get a ton of viewership, Frido. So if that's something you're interested in doing, I encourage you to do it. We need more content creators in futsal. That huge win for Panama changes things a lot. Is that enough of a goal differential turn for them to be a best third place team, I wonder? They're at -7. So Costa Rica is through with 4. Croatia is at -1 goal diff. Afghanistan is at -2. Libya is at -9, and Panama's at -7. They're not mathematically out. They actually just gave themselves a lifeline. That's very interesting. Very, very interesting. So really, that Venezuela-Guatemala match now is very important. Whereas at the start of the day, it was still important, but now it's more important. It's actually, with that change, either of those teams could possibly sneak through as well, because with a win, Guatemala is at -8 goal differential to start the day. So if they win, suddenly they're through and Panama's out. And if Venezuela wins by more than 4, they're through. Very, very interesting stuff. Futsal is very underrated. Yes, very underrated. Extremely underrated. As of this live stream, guys, we are officially at 250 subs on the channel. Bit of a milestone. Thank you guys very much. Appreciate you being a part of the community. We need to get more eyes on futsal, and you guys as a community are who gets that done. So thank you very much. Appreciate it. Appreciate the support. Thank you, Frido. Thank you. We've been doing this on this channel for just over 2 years. And it was really important to me that it was natural growth. So I did something probably very foolish. I did not advertise to any friends that I was really doing this outside of my futsal friends that would legitimately be interested and watch the videos. I didn't blast it all over my social media as I was doing this. So this is all very natural growth. This is all from things we've done right to grow the community and be naturally found. It's a bit of an experiment for me to see where is the futsal community at. That's one thing I give Last Letter a ton of credit for. He's grown a really fantastic community on TikTok. I mean, he's got a huge following there, which is awesome. Righto, what do you do for design? What's kind of your specialty? Is it graphic design? Is it what exactly do you work on? Last Letter got me into futsal. Man, he's so great. He really is. I think he might have started just under 2 years ago. I remember being so excited when I met him that someone else was interested in doing this content, and I think his content is unique. I love that he's making that video game. I love the anime portion of what he does too. Really, really cool stuff. You know, his content is a lot more dynamic than mine, actually. I think he does it way better than I do. Professional motion design. That's really cool. That's really cool. I struggle. I definitely struggle with editing, and I use free resources. Like I'm really stubborn. I won't pay for Photoshop. So I use Inkscape, and that limits my ability to do things as far as thumbnails and stuff. But I just can't justify paying a monthly subscription for Photoshop. If it was a one-time purchase, I would do it. I'm not paying monthly for Photoshop. Not yet. Maybe someday if the channel gets monetized or something, then we'll change our tone. But for now, we're gonna keep it low budget. I mean, everything about this is low budget. I have an entry-level PC. I got a cheap camera. It's just a webcam camera that I use for all my videos. I use a blue microphone, which is on the cheap end for mics. Cheapy McCheapskate over here. What I need to do is get a little Stream Deck. That's probably going to be the next purchase. It's a cheap entry-level Stream Deck. All right, guys, I'm going to take a quick moment here and kind of hit a refresh on the drink and grab a quick snack to get me through to lunch. I will be right back in a few minutes here. But stick around if you want. Come back in a little bit. I'm going to stream through this downtime and chat with you guys. I don't want to end the stream and restart and lose all that momentum. I know I'm about to walk away, which will lose momentum. But what I'll do is I'll throw on some... Let me see if I can find something good for us to throw on while I'm away that won't get me a copyright strike. Let's see here. What can we do? What can we do? Kings League is live right now. I don't want to stream another live stream. That'll definitely get me a strike. Need to find kind of a robust video here that's like 5-10 minutes long. Let's see what we got. Oh, this is interesting. I kind of forgot this was going on. So while I'm really hesitant to do this, guys, because I don't want to get a copyright strike. But I want to throw something on for you. Craigies Republic is facing Japan right now in a tournament back in their I can't remember who's hosting this. I think Craigies Republic is. But they've got a series of friendlies going on since they're not in the World Cup. So first things first. Let's share this link. I think that's most important. Here's what we'll do. I'm going to put this in Discord, guys, and stream it on Discord. But here's the link to the YouTube stream as well, if you guys want to see that until I get back. Probably just a quick 5 to 7 minute break here. Get refreshed. Check on the dogs. And then I will be back and we'll chat and we can kind of watch through this. So let me do this. This. I have last letter's permission to let his community know that we're doing this too. I wanted to make sure that it was okay before I posted anything there. Guys, I don't know how you feel about this, but I feel it's weird because I'm in sales for a living, professional sales. So you wouldn't think much makes me uncomfortable because that is inherently uncomfortable, constantly talking to people that probably don't want to talk to you. But I just really don't like self-advertising stuff like this. Makes me uncomfortable. But I did ask last letter if it was okay since he's not streaming if I post something there, so I probably will. Working. Oh, why Discord? Why? There we go. Okay. If you guys want to check out the Discord, I've got Kyrgyz Republic versus Japan playing. This is live right now. Kyrgyz Republic is up 1-0 on Japan. Japan's got a little bit of a new look with a new coach. And I think they've made some selection changes going into this tournament. All right, guys, enjoy this. I will be back in just a minute, and we will pick up where we left off. I will see you soon.
Да, нам очень повезло, что сейчас японский футболист наступил ногой на мяч. Сорвалась атака, вроде неплохо разыгрывали. Мне очень понравилось, как сейчас сыграл в нескольких подряд эпизодах наш голкипер. Не хочется, конечно, его сглазить. И по отношению к вратарям, конечно, есть такое, да, что вот, стараемся не говорить мы, да, ну, просто наш голкипер очень сильно выделяет сейчас в этом в начале этого матча. Да, он подряд в нескольких эпизодах совершил такие невероятные сейвы. Да, и об этом нельзя не сказать. Все-таки вратари в нашей команде очень хорошие. И я думаю, что есть все шансы, то, что мы увидим нашего вратаря в еще более сильных клубах мира. Почему нет? Да, и такие матчи как раз таки и дают возможность, да, селекционерам, скаутам всевозможных клубов найти себе. Вот какая ошибка! Может дорого нам обойтись! Надо ложиться. Да, действительно, под удар там уже лег наш спортсмен. И, к сожалению, получает он травму. Надеемся, что не серьезную. Надо будет только немного прийти в себя. Да, видимо, свело мышцы у 5-го номера нашей команды, у Ирджана Бахтыбекова. Самоотверженно он бросится под удар японца. Но какая же все-таки ошибка? Вот это из серии тех же ошибок, что были и в прошлом матче. Конечно, ошибки, они есть у любой команды. И чем моложе, наверное, чем не сыграннее, да, тем больше таких вот моментов может возникнуть у их ворот. Но Малина в первую очередь, когда пришел на должность тренера, да, он говорил о том, что нужно ставить игру в обороне. Наша команда перед Кубком Азии поехала на сборы в Испанию. Тоже в первую очередь работали над обороной и над тем, как противодействовать соперникам с очень высокой интенсивностью игры, с очень большой скоростью, который перемещается по площадке. Ну, вот сборная Японии. И вот хороший момент. Ну, а вот налево, да, то есть направо, ближе к нам, да, был игрок, ну, открытый, практически перед воротами мог уже наносить удар. Вполне возможно, мы забили бы еще один. Надо грамотнее распоряжаться своими моментами. Вот в позапрошлом матче, позавчера, в прошлом матче нашей команде немного не хватало вот такого креатива, таких вот неожиданных решений. А вот момент! Как же так? Оставили вновь одного. Но это звоночек. Надо Малине брать тайм-аут, я так думаю. Как раз 10-я минута, полтайма остается до перерыва. И раз за разом возникают моменты у ворот нашего Уланбека Чурабекулу. Я думаю, что надо брать тайм-аут, надо немножко обратить внимание наших игроков на том, что мы ошибаемся. Ошибаемся мы и у чужих ворот, что привело, да, к прошлой атаке по ближнему для нас флангу. Игрок японской сборной дошел практически до ворот и угрожал. Вот еще одна атака. По праву можно пробить. Как хорошо, что мимо. Японцы пристреливаются, и нам не нужно, чтобы они пристрелялись, поэтому не надо давать столько возможностей для того, чтобы они смогли это сделать.
Азамат Аскеров дал o'yinchidagi debyuттік o'yin жаратуда. Тирүүчү чабуулчу. Мына ушундай ойчулар же болбосо ушундай позицияда биздин командаларда, ошондой эле улуттук курама командада дагы жетишпейт. Жумадилов Батырхан жана Азамат Аскеров дал ушул эки оюнчуну тирөөч катары пайдаланууга алган экен. Же болбосо Луис Бернард Малина даярдап таптап жаткан убактысы. Буга чейин Арстанбек Турсунов көпчүлүк учурда дал ушул оюнчу жана Данияр Абдурахимди дагы пайдаланып жүрчү. Эми бул эки оюнчунун кезеги. Азыркы тапта бир канча мүнөттөр мурун Азамат Аскеров дал ушундай позициядан өнөктөшүнө пас чыгара албай калды. Эгерде эле дал ушул пас өтө турган болсо, анда балким эсеп сандары дагы өзгөрөт беле. Азыр байкай туралы. Аскеров эч кандай толкундоосуз оюн талаасына кошулган экен. Жана назарыңыздарда 15-катар сандагы Айдар Сулайманбеков болду. Кайрадан прессинг. Жана мына жапондордун тирөөч чабуулчусун байкасаңыздар.
Wix gives you the power of AI to build the website you need. With full business functionality and a design tailored just for you. Customize every element of your website and watch your vision come to life in minutes. Control everything from the biggest tasks to the finest details. Personalized, optimized, ready to go live.
Тыным алууга убакыт бар.
All right, we're back. We're back. Thank you, fellas, for letting me do that. Got about 30 minutes to kick off. We're going to be watching Iran versus France.
Ну, мне кажется, сейчас наш тренер
Right.
Бернард Малина обратил
So
внимание
I'm going to
игроков
actually stop the stream in Discord for a minute, make sure I get myself in order for the next match.
Задумывалось о том, о чем говорили в раздевалке перед матчем.
Start a fresh poll.
Наверняка об этом сейчас сказал игрокам. Нужно придерживаться нашей концепции, нашей установки на матч. И нельзя, конечно, проигрывать. Ой, какой момент сразу же возникает у наших ворот. Продолжается давление японцев, да, несмотря на то, что был сейчас перерыв. И
All right, guys.
должна была обратить
Who you got for this next match? What do you think?
ошибки при отборе, да, то есть
get everything set up so it's nice and easy. There's a really good chance that my daughter wakes up at the start of this game. So I apologize ahead of time if I need to step away. Great tournament so far. Really enjoying this World Cup. I wish the lead up to it would have been a little more organized. But just glad we're here and we're getting a platform, really, at this point. Let's add Costa Rica to the teams that are in. Even though FIFA hasn't made it official, it's fairly concrete. Probably do the same thing with Croatia. And as far as the rest is concerned, Afghanistan should sneak in at this point. And then the rest is still mathematically up in the air, I think. Am I right on that, guys? Tell me if I'm wrong. I don't mind being wrong. I don't have the ego to take it personal. Another breakfast sandwich. Yeah, you know, I am doing, and this is in no way an advertisement because I'm not sponsored, but going with the outright bar. No donut this morning, Luke. My donut place is closed. It's actually my least favorite flavor, but I accidentally bought 4 boxes instead of buying 4 different flavors, and now I'm stuck with it. Kind of a dope. I'm a big outright bar fan. It's got a bad flavor. Righto, the France-Iran game will be on Fox Sports 2 for US viewers. I'll stream it in the Discord once it goes live, but we got about another 25 minutes. 25 minutes to hang out. I know, Luke, yeah. Man, I'm telling you, that place down the street from me, I don't know how I don't weigh more than I do. I mean, I'm certainly out of shape and a little overweight. Probably afford to lose a few pounds. Or convert it to muscle, one or the other. But, man, I should be way heavier than I am. And then right down the street from there is a gelato place. All my vices are pretty much like in a row. Within a half-mile of my home. And then what's really dangerous, this is the most American thing. So to my foreign my foreign viewers right now, my out-of-country viewers, this is going to be probably hard to wrap your head around, but sometimes the donut place sends donuts to the gelato place, and they make ice cream sandwiches with the donuts. So cut a donut in half, gelato in the middle, boom. Hot donut, by the way. So the gelato is melting on it. Oh. It's diabetes, like through and through. But my goodness, it is amazingly good. Hope you enjoy your meal. Thanks, Frido. Just a protein bar for now to get me to lunch. The thing I don't like about this flavor, the flavor is fine. It's just, they've put, I don't know if you guys can see this, but they put like all kinds of sprinkles in this to make it birthday cake flavored. And there's just way too many sprinkles in there. So all I can taste is like that chalky sprinkle taste. The bar itself is good. But you guys didn't know this was a protein bar review channel. Where is your Pivo? Well, so right now, I don't have anything streaming. Kind of waiting for Fubo to upload the program before I start streaming again. Oh, my beer. Yes. It's still too early. I mean, it's never too early. Whoops. Whoa. It's crazy. Why is that link so big? Better do this. I think today my Pivo will be from a microbrewery about an hour from my house. It does a lot of German inspired, a lot of actually, you like this, Frito. It's a lot of oh, I don't know actually. I guess their influence is more German and Polish type beers. Maybe not. But I bought some sours from them. It's a sour style beer. It's got a little bit of a bite to it, which is my favorite type of beer. And it's flavored with vanilla bean and raspberry. So it's like this sweet with this sour. I like it. Delicious. So for now, just water. Thank you guys again for joining the stream. We are in the waiting room for the final matches of the group stage of the Futsal World Cup. It's going to be fun. It's going to be wild. Crazy how Spain had 108 chances in that one game. Yeah, isn't that nuts? Who was that against again? That was against New Zealand. And then in their last match, Friday, they had 99. So they almost hit 100 again. And so over 200 chances on goal in 2 games. That's nuts. Like 2.5 shots a minute. Yeah, they had 99 shots against, the heck did they play yesterday? Libya. I cannot wait for these games to start. I'm really excited. I'm really glad that FS2 got these 2 matches today and not the other 2. These are big titans fighting right now, so this is the good stuff to enjoy. Almost 200 plus in 2 matches, never happening in Football World Cup. Yeah, you're right. You know, when I very first started this channel and did like my intro video about what we were going to cover, I was able to pull the statistics from FIFA on shots per game, I think it was goals per game, and then number of yellow and red cards per game. And it really highlights the fact that you get way more goals and action in futsal than you do in the outdoor game. And a lot of that is just based on the nature of speed, the size, and the composition of the court. But so it's a little bit of a loaded statistic, but for folks like here in America where the big complaint from people who don't like soccer is that there's not enough action, well, then futsal's for you. You need to be watching futsal. What do you guys think about the match coming up? Who do you think's gonna win? Man, I need more protein bars, and they have been sold out for like 3 weeks. I only have one flavor. Futsal would be good for Americans that like basketball because it has a lot of chances. Yes. Well, it's a lot like basketball in a lot of ways. Luke, you on France? Yeah, I like it. I like it. I'm thinking Iran. Yeah, Frito, fun fact, in the United States, back in 2018, 2019, we almost had a professional futsal league created. A lot of big names in the U.S. from an investor perspective were involved. And they were going to partner with the NBA arenas. So they were going to play the games before NBA matches to try and bring fans in early, kind of capture that basketball crowd and expose them to the sport. And they even found a way to convert the court in, I think, 1 hour and 15 minutes, something like that, so that there'd be very little downtime between games, so they could keep fans in the building, do a quick switch. But never got off the ground. And I don't know enough about the history, but I'm learning a lot from meeting a lot of people over the last 2 years in the futsal community here. There's a lot of opinion on why it failed. More timeouts in futsal. Coaches will use them, and more time for sponsor and commentator opportunities. So, Luke, it's funny you say that, because Jeremy and I kicked around the idea of something very close to that concept of having like an official break to get that little bit of extra opportunity in for marketing. We ultimately scrapped it for the time being, but it's something that's been discussed. How do we make this more marketable so we can get people in, get the money flowing to support the sport and get it to that next level? And is that a way to do it? Not everybody uses their timeouts like Fabian. Fabian, you can count on. That's some great opportunity. But here's the other thing too, though, Luke, is if you're in a timeout, and I'm asking you this, not questioning your opinion. I'm asking you this, asking your opinion. if you're, and Fraito, you too, if you're viewing the game and the team goes into a timeout, would you rather hear from like a court side journalist, or have a live mic on the timeout like they do in other countries? Or would you rather have an ad? Like, are you okay with there being an ad, having an ad during a timeout, or would you rather hear statistics on the game in that 60 seconds? I'm not sure. I think from a viewer perspective, I don't know the answer to that. Like, I don't think I'd be completely tore up if I saw an ad, but at the same time, you know, a lot of times those timeouts are taken at critical times, at very tactical times. You know, it's usually setting up a set piece or changing the style of play to adjust to a goal differential. I'm just curious. I'm curious what thoughts are on that. How good are the Akron Vulcans? Oh, Fraito. Oh, the Vulcans were so much fun. They don't exist anymore. But the Akron Vulcans are what started this whole journey for me in a lot of ways. I was playing pickup futsal, but really didn't understand the game. And then I got introduced to the Vulcans, which was my local team. They started the year COVID hit. So we got 3 home games, and then it was all stripped away from us, and the team never came back. So I still wear the jerseys and stuff, trying to put some good voodoo out into the world, and hopefully they come back someday, but no ads. I don't want Americanized futsal and football. Stature ads. No. He's a fan. I want a commentator that breaks down stats. Yeah, so that's the thing. So, and this brings up a good point, is it's a very American thing, right? To commercialize this stuff. Although maybe not so much, because you see a lot of that in Premier League and things as well. But as a fan, and especially considering there's so many layers to making this decision for me, there's a lot of viewership education that still needs to go on as well to get people to understand and appreciate the sport and hopefully buy in. So in these early days, I think it's better to, like you said, as a fan, let's have that commentator break down the stats. Let's hear from Rudy on what's going on in the game or what he thinks needs to change during that timeout break. Let's hear from the coach himself on a live hot mic on what statistics he's, or what plans he's making to change. I don't know. I think it'd be beneficial keeping people interested in the sport. All right, here we go. I see the France versus Iran link in Fubo. I think they're still doing some take us home outros here. Let's see. Share the screen. Fubo live. We are. Let's go. You can't do ads and stats at the same time. So that's kind of what I like, is the idea of like having a lower banner during that time period. I was watching some of the FIFA tournament that's going on in Colombia right now. I keep trying. I cannot get into Football de Salon. I just can't seem to continue to watch it. I can only watch it a little bit at a time. It's just a little too slow for me. But they were running ads during the game in a way that was... It's better than seeing a full page ad, but they were talking over the game doing an ad piece. with a little picture in the bottom corner. You know if Grabas is at the World Cup. He did not get selected, Luke, but I don't know if he still made the trip to see the games or not. I haven't talked to Chris in a little bit. I probably need to reach out to him, see how he's doing. I was actually going to see if he could help me with some networking up in Canada as well. I want to work on networking with a couple teams up there. Getting down to business, guys. I like it. Cock in the walk, baby. Here we go. Baby's not awake, but she keeps shifting. Almost time. Aw. Here we go, here we go. If you guys are just tuning in, get ready for the game. Welcome to the stream. We're doing a watch companion here on YouTube. Not show the game here, unfortunately. Or I'll get taken down by old YouTube for showing other people's content. But we do have the game going in Discord. Guys, if for some reason there's any problems with that, let me know. Because the way I have to set this up for it to stream correctly in Discord, I actually can't see Discord right now. I almost need a third screen. All right, baby's starting to move around here. Okay, we got about 5 minutes till kickoff. I'm gonna go grab this kid really quick. She's gonna make a guest appearance on the stream until Mama gets home. And that way we're not interrupted during the actual game itself. So give me just a few minutes here, guys, to get her set up, get her down here. And then hopefully I can do this. I don't know if she'll cooperate with me or not, but we're gonna give it the old college try. All right, here we go. All right, here we go. Sorry about that, guys. I don't know how well this is going to work, but we're going to try. Get some static. That. Yeah, those pinstripes look great, don't they, Luke? Big fan of those. Big fan. Very patient play from France so far. It's only 30 seconds in, but they're doing a great job of just having thoughtful passes, no unnecessary risks. They haven't been in the opposite third yet, but Iran hasn't seen the ball yet. Iran, excuse me. There we go, starting to slowly move forward here. Okay. I am left. See what we can do with this. I'm getting a lot of static in my headphones. You guys aren't getting any feedback, are you? I think it sounds like it's the headphone, not the audio. I just want to make sure I'm not giving you guys a bunch of static. Had these headphones since literally 2008. Original Beats headphones. Great little lift. Ooh. Iran's goalkeeper coming up. Both teams playing very calm, cool, collected. No one's panicking. No one's really taking any risks yet either. Playing it safe. Hi. Change something here real quick. No, I don't need your help, kiddo. Oh. You can hold on to this on your own if you want. that should look a little better. Venezuela on the board, 1-0. This is driving me crazy. There's got to be a way to. There it goes. All right. Rooting for the Guatemalans? Yeah, I would love to see CONCACAF get some more points and represent well. I think that game is winnable for Guatemala. I really do. Venezuela's a good team. I think that the overall quality of teams from South America is better than CONCACAF, of course, but that's a very winnable game for Guatemala, I think, as long as they keep it together. In CONCACAF, they had a hard time putting a full game together. They were having really bad halves. They'd either start slow or end slow. They need to clean that up, especially at this stage. It's clear that the rest of the world is advancing exponentially faster than CONCACAF as far as skill. Okay, we're about 14th minute here. 6 in. Passing sequences have been fairly good from both teams, but no major chances yet, which is kind of surprising. This changes anybody's guess. What you've seen so far? What do you think? Smiley? Hmm? France's defense looks pretty good. They're doing a nice job rotating. Really haven't been a lot of opportunities for that cutting pass up the court. Everything's been very lateral. Come on, let's see something big here. Give us some action. Not you. You guys are just tuning in. Thank you so much for being here. We're doing the watch along here on YouTube. Game is streaming in our Discord, so please join our Discord community. Luke's comment with the link is posted. Top of the chat, it's pinned. Yes. We have a special guest here for the second game. You guys are probably starting to hear now that our bottle's done. Game is super cagey. Neither team wants to give anything away. Yeah, this is very conservative play from both teams. Oh, guess you're done with that. Get up here. Yeah. All right. I'm going to unplug the keyboard so she can play with that. Otherwise, you guys will be getting all kinds of rogue messages from me. So the ticker at the bottom won't be updated anytime soon, but I'll at least try and give you guys game updates. No. Mr. Little Head showing. See, this. You want this? Yeah, you do. Change the camera here a little bit. Maybe you guys can see. What? See baby here. There she is. Hi. Say hi. That's you right there. Yeah. Yeah, you're such a joker. All right, hopefully, guys, you don't mind the baby noises in the background. If it becomes too much, let me know. I will not take it personal, and we can mute for a little bit. Oh, now you're standing up. Scream baby. That's right. That's right. Little girl's she'll turn 11 months this week. It's crazy. I feel like we just had her yesterday. Huh. You can stop growing up anytime you want. Who do you think's gonna win? Man, very slow game so far. The one thing that's kind of perplexing to me is when we do have turnovers, we're moving all the way back and resetting instead of really pushing the counter. Both teams are doing it. The minute they get the ball, they're resetting to their fixo. Oh, little burp. Whoa. Yeah, for a little bit. I know, yeah. Luke, you know what's funny? My best friend has a son that's the same age as my oldest daughter. And the other day we were all hanging out at his house, and they had one of those little remote control cars, you know, that you drive around in. And he and her were driving around. She was sitting in the... Hey, yes, I know. They were sitting around in the passenger... She was sitting in the passenger seat. He was cruising around the yard, and my best friend made a comment about, like, oh, watch out, future couple there. And I was like, I'll kick your ass. I don't care who his dad is. No dating. You're like 30. Yeah. Pass that free kick as well. Yeah, this is super conservative. And then he just dribbled the ball out of bounds. What in the world? It's the first shot we've seen in a while, and it was the goalkeeper from half court. Really surprised by this. Not what I expected. Woo! Back. That was a good probing ball, at least. Starting to take some more aggressive passing stances from Iran here. Like right there, the Allah sitting so far back, they really don't seem interested in pressing. Yeah, I saw that. She thought that was funny too, apparently. I don't know what to make of this. There's a lot of unnecessarily sitting back as well, like not eating up the court space. A lot of room to dribble that isn't being taken. Timeout France here. Sorry about that, guys. Everybody just got back home. All right, we're in the clear. Every pass to Pivot from France is immediately dropped past. Yeah, you're right. I mean, there's not much sense of urgency from this team at all. Either team.
With Asana, AI teammates can pull real-time data and help keep work on track, so every team can work smarter and faster.
Yeah, I thought this was going to be a high-octane game, but it's been a little slow. Really slow, as a matter of fact. I mean, we're 15 minutes in, and I don't think we've seen a legitimate shot on goal yet. There must have been a big stoppage in the other game because, unless the website's just not updating, but still showing in the 9th minute for Venezuela versus Guatemala, whereas here we're at 15. But if that game is playing at an intense level and a lot of shots, as opposed to this game's been a lot of passing and just running down the clock, I guess that's the difference, right? I mean, look at this. And then they just pass back to their keeper for the second time. What is Iran doing? I'm so perplexed by this. I mean, what in the world is going on here? Ugh. Wasted opportunity. Goodness sakes. What do we got to do to get some opportunities here? What in the world is that? Yeah, Luke, the only shot I can even think of is the Iranian goalkeeper's shot from half court that went right to the goalie into his chest for France. It's useless. Every other shot's been way over the bar, way off target, and there's not been many of them. Seven total attempts on goal for both teams combined. 7. It's another pass back to the goalie. How are... This is crazy. What is this game? Plug my keyboard back in now, at least. What in the world is going on here? There's a futsal guy I follow on Twitter, Valerio. I believe he's in Italy, in Roma. And he took a tweet out, France versus Iran in a nutshell, and it's that clip from The Simpsons where the players are just passing to each other, but nobody's actually moving. Exactly what's going on right now. There is like no venom in anything. Look at this. Why did you stop running forward? I am just so perplexed. Are they playing for the draw? Are both teams just playing for the draw here? Snooze fest. Yeah, France has had several opportunities to do something interesting where they've just completely halted play. If these guys don't want to play, I kind of don't want to watch. Right? I mean, what's the point? Wonder if Fubo has any of the Hispanic channels. They do have Universo. Oh, okay. You guys want to switch games? Feels tampered with. I just tweeted that. It feels like they're just playing for the draw, and it feels a little suspect. I mean, both teams are through. A draw is the best case scenario for both of them. It's just... If I paid money for a ticket to this game, thinking that it was going to be good, I'd be furious right now. I'd be booing. I'd be very vocal about my displeasure. What was that? All right, we're switching over. I can't do this. Half's over anyway. We're going to switch over to Venezuela, Guatemala. If this is more exciting match and at least some action, then we'll hang out here. And I'll keep France and Iran on in the background. Switching tabs there. Luke, can you see the Venezuela-Guatemala match now in Discord? Do you mind confirming that for me? Yes. All right, we're just going to do this. Screw that game. What a disappointment. That should have been a really exciting match. I'm at a loss. I really am. I don't get it. Like, I can't imagine. So yes, you're both through no matter what. But if you're France, this is whether you play against, I don't know. Let's take a look at the groups again. So second place Group F faces Thailand, whereas first place Group F plays Morocco. You know something, guys? These guys are playing for second place. They want Thailand. I think both teams want Thailand. I think that's what's going on. You get second place, you get an easier draw. That's sad. I mean, you're going to face tough teams no matter what in this tournament. Why wouldn't you want to... Ooh, is this going to be a handball here? What do you think, Luke? Does take a deflection in there. You can see the ball change direction. Harder to see there. Ah, there it is. Yeah, that looks... Yeesh. That's unfortunate because he was trying to pull it in. Well, maybe he wasn't. Let's see here what they say. No penalty.
Sorpresa, no vio
Bueno.
penal el árbitro. Ruiz se salva a Guatemala.
Si esto no es penal, entonces, ¿qué es penal?
Wow.
Eso es
Y
bueno.
encima,
After the video
que lo
review,
extraño
must
es
not be nothing in it, huh?
empuña la mano al
I mean, you can see the ball's trajectory change. Like the rotation of the ball shifts. I wonder if it's more of a question of his arm placement at that point. It's not like he was extended. It was kind of tucked. I wasn't tucked all the way in, obviously. I like that Guatemala's got their fifth attacker out here for the last 6 minutes of the game. They're playing for it all. Opposite of the other match. I think France and Iran are playing for second place instead of playing to win. Although if I were them and I watched that Morocco versus Portugal match today, Portugal didn't look super great in that first half. Thought the arm movement was due to the ball hitting his arm. I think he was moving his arm out of the way. I think he was trying to. It looked like he was trying to make an effort. In slow-mo, it's always so hard to tell. Look at the fight from Guatemala here. This is a way better, way more entertaining match to watch. I'll tell you that much. Thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate you being a part of the stream. We started out watching France versus Iran, but they didn't seem to want to play, so we decided we weren't going to watch. And now we're watching Venezuela versus Guatemala. Halftime in the other match anyway. Venezuela's up 1-0 right now. Panama's win today against Tajikistan kind of opens the door for Guatemala. They came in with a goal differential of -8. There's their goal. Man, he paid a price for it, but there's the goal. It's 1-1. That's wonderful. Let's update our score bug here, our little tracker. Great job, Guatemala. If they win this match, then they beat Panama in goal difference, and they sneak into that round of 16. And we have 2 CONCACAF teams in the round of 16. The way things were looking earlier this week, I thought we might not see any CONCACAF teams make it through. They were just getting seriously outclassed, and not for lack of trying. It had to be out, right? Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought I saw some red between the ball and the line. Incredible, guys. Incredible. Guatemala wanting more. A lot of people tweeting about that Iran-France game right now. noticed I don't think Steve Harris is really following the games today. It looks like he's following this cup that's going on in the Kyrgyz Republic. Yeah, I'm really turned off by what's going on here. A lot of people upset on Twitter right now, calling out how suspect this is. Yeah, Guatemala is close. They are knocking on the door. Good back and forth in this game, though. Venezuela making some great runs. Guatemala looking a little more potent at the moment. A little more dangerous. And I went from really rooting for France to not caring at all really quickly in that first half. That's an embarrassment to futsal. So the problem is the way this bracket is set up, you get second place, you get the weaker side of the bracket right now. I mean, who can predict that, right? I mean, it's not anybody's fault, I don't think. I don't know how you fix this. Because you got to try and put the first and second teams from each group on opposite sides of the bracket. But perhaps 2F should have been switched with the third place squad that is going to end up facing Argentina. I don't know. Or even Paraguay. I guess that kind of fixes the problem. But if you get first place in this match, oh, wow. Great goal by Venezuela. Great goal. I love when they piss off the post like that. Those are my favorite. Especially because as a futsal coach with some kids, we're telling them to aim for that post as their target and try and hit that back post. Hit the attacker back out for Guatemala. 2 minutes, 10 seconds to go. This is what playing for it looks like. Yeah, so guys, here's why this is happening. Take a look at this. So here's the bracket. We're watching Group F right now. So right now Iran are first. So if they win or tie, they face Morocco. And then the winner of this match will face Brazil. I mean, let's be real. That's likely what's going to happen. So you go from Morocco to Brazil before you even get to the semifinal. And then you're likely going to face... I mean, historically speaking, you're facing Spain. But for me, Spain has been fairly untested in this World Cup. And they like to play defensively. They're not really, like, jamming it down your throat like Brazil would. Whereas if you get second, which is currently France, you get Thailand, a Paraguay side, which is very attainable for France. I could see them winning that. And you're not facing anyone of any real danger until the semifinal. It's a much safer path than here. Like here, you've got 2 of the top 5 teams in the world to get to the semifinal. Here, I mean, you just don't. You don't. And that's why this is happening. It's bad business. It's embarrassing that that's what you're playing for instead of having some pride. Eight shots on goal. between the two teams in that match in the first half. 8 shots. This Venezuela-Guatemala match. I mean, Guatemala on the back heel has more shots themselves than two teams that should be class on the opposite side. I mean, what in the world are we doing? How embarrassing. Look at all these fans in the crowd for both, especially for Iran. All these people paid money to travel to this country and to buy a ticket and to buy a hotel. You're going to watch your team just sit back and do nothing. France being an up-and-coming country that's investing in futsal, and this is your strategy. This is what you're telling your country is how you play. Shameful. Guatemala looked like they really got a lot of valuable games in before the World Cup. They look better from the CONCACAF qualifiers. Agreed. They look way better than they did in CONCACAF. And you know what else, too, Luke, is they did a lot of those friendlies here in Uzbekistan. So they're used to the time zone change, the conditions outside of the arena, and potentially inside. Uh-oh. Come on, Guatemala. 2 seconds left. This half is just ending. And we're in the second half in France in Iran at the moment. I'm very begrudgingly keeping half an eye on that. Shameful, guys. It's shameful. All right. Since it's halftime, we'll go back. The minute that half's over, guys, I'm switching back to Guatemala, Venezuela. It's a way more entertaining match. There is zero venom in this other match at all. Painful. Here we go again. Same crap. That's the first push-off we've seen all game right there, finally. Luke, Iran would get first. They have the goal differential. They're plus 11. I think France is plus 6. Plus 7. So we saw two... You know what else is really suspect about that, Luke? We saw 2 double pass backs to the goalkeeper, which we never see at this level, ever. And we saw defenders nearby that could have handled the situation, but instead we see a miscommunication, almost like they're trying to force the turnover without it being too obvious or something. It's just really... God, I hate to... Like, now I can't get it out of my head that this is also suspect. Like, I cannot get past it now. The other thing, too, is you know who's watching this match for sure? Is Thailand. If I'm Thailand and I'm watching this match, I'm rubbing my hands together. This is motivation. Yeah, Luke, that's the only part of the bracket where there's two second-place teams facing each other. And that's why I'm wondering if they should have... Like, should they have switched? Here, let me pull back up. They probably should have switched the second-place team of Group F with the third-place team that's facing first in Group A. Let me show that so that makes sense, because I probably sound like I'm babbling. Like, these two right here should be flip-flopped. Why do you have a second-place team faking a second-place team here? That doesn't happen anywhere else in the bracket. Like, here, it almost should mirror, right? Third, third. Second, second. First, first. Second, second. First, first. That's just so strange. I really don't understand. I need to reset. There we go. Did you see that goal? They're throwing. France is absolutely throwing. France is throwing. What the hell was that? He literally got out of the way. Shameful. Absolutely shameful. He didn't even try. He pulled his feet together like he was acting like he was going to be nutmegged, but no goalkeeper in any kind of practice of the sport is worried about that over protecting the near post. That's BS. That's absolute BS. Iran looks like now that they're ahead, they don't give a shit. They're just going to keep scoring, though. I hope Thailand claps France now. I had so many high hopes for France with everything they're doing in the country. I don't even know what to say to you guys at this point. I actually don't even know what to say. I know I've been quiet, guys. I don't know what to say. At least Iran's trying now. Seen some more shots. All right, Luke, buddy. Catch you later. Sorry, this was a snooze fest. Jeez Louise. Oh, there's a nice shot from Iran. Yeah, I mean, I was really excited to see what France would do in this tournament. I was really excited to see a top-class football nation start to take care of our sport a little bit, but and then what? Where does the blame go on this? Does the Federation approve of this? Is this something that the coach has decided to do? Do they, is this going to be frowned upon later? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. But it's so peculiar that this is going on. Pretty embarrassing if you're France. I can't imagine that their federation wants to be represented this way. I don't follow enough over there to really... I'll have to figure out how to follow up on this and see, like, does their coach survive this after this? Do they say, hey, you represented us poorly, we don't condone this strategy, you're gone? I don't know. Jeez Louise, come on. Give us something here, guys. Absolute snoozer. Come on. I don't know. What do you guys think about this? Love to hear your comments. If you're just tuning in, we're doing a watch-along party for last games of the World Cup. Holy cow. Great shot from Iran. Great shot. Oh, I gave the goal on the wrong side of the ticker earlier, and then I never updated it for the second goal. Sorry, guys. Sleeping on you. This game's so boring, I didn't even notice. Starting to pick up some pace now, though, which is good. Iran's taking some shots, scoring some goals. I said on Twitter, it seems like since they got that gimme goal, they've decided, screw it, we'll take first. France still just kind of walking through this game. I will likely switch over to Guatemala and Venezuela here, even though Iran's starting to play a little better. It's still just kind of a disappointing game when the other team's not even trying. I can't imagine being a player and having to deal with this too. Like, if this is your coach's strategy and you gotta stick to the plan. There's just a lot to unpack. A lot to unpack. All right, Venezuela, Guatemala is back. We're going to flip over to that. If you guys want to enjoy the games, you can go to the Discord channel. The link is pinned at the top of this chat. You can also find it in the description of the video, so it's in two places for you. Nice and convenient. As we watch my desktop's still being shared all this time too. Sorry, guys. Turn it off. I completely lost all focus. I got so fired up about that game. I apologize. Pretty sad showing, though. Ooh, Guatemala very nearly. They're starting the game with their fifth attacker the second half here. They want the win. And I love that Guatemala came out swinging with that fifth attacker right off the kickoff. Talk about having something to play for. I love that. If you guys want to watch the Guatemala-Venezuela match, you can find it in our Discord. They've been playing with a fifth attacker almost the entire second half so far, which is really awesome. Keeping things really entertaining. You know, a lot of people on Twitter bringing up a good point is, as a community, leading into this World Cup, we sat and complained about not having any futsal players on that promotional poster, that promotional graphic, and the lack of respect. Wow, what an effort from Guatemala on both sides of the ball. I mean, they are really giving it everything. But yeah, you know, you see the whole community outraged about that poster and how we deserve more respect, and then we have two teams that are supposed to be top teams in the world, top federations in the world, and they give us this crap. Like, no wonder. Now, I'll say, we still have a right to be upset about that poster. I don't agree 100% with that. But the outrage now should be against these federations for not representing our communities correctly, to earn the respect that we deserve to get that poster that actually has our own players on it. That doesn't mean we're complaining about the wrong things. That means that there's deeper rooted problems. So I don't completely agree with those people on Twitter. It's not to say, okay, we can't complain about that anymore. France and Iran just shouldn't be on that poster. They don't represent our community. France playing with a fifth attacker now. Interesting. Oh, Venezuela with the break. Oh, missed opportunity there. Could have made it 3-1. Oh, deflection from the keeper that didn't get called. Actually, you got a little piece of that. Ever so slightly. Yeah, this match here is way better. Way more entertaining. We're already down to 5.5 minutes in that other match. Oh, Venezuela gets 3. Pulling ahead here. Good news for Panama fans. Ooh. Very nearly there for the Guatemalan defender. You got a piece of it. Is that technically an own goal? Man, I was really hoping to see Guatemala make this really interesting between them and Panama to go through. Otherwise... Ooh. Venezuela playing with a lot of venom here. And all they can do is spoil the party for Guatemala. They really don't have anything else to play for. Unless they come up with a massive, massive win, which I just can't see happening. But this is the difference between playing with some class and some integrity and not. And look at the effort from Guatemala. Not saying die. Still pushing. Iran playing with a 5th attacker now as well. Both teams playing with a 5th attacker. Interesting. Iran scores again on an open goal. Loro. The funny thing that all of a sudden after that first goal went through, Iran said, okay, fine. Fine, we'll play. Could have just played from the get. Would have saved everyone a lot of drama today. A lot of controversy. Ooh, Venezuela almost makes it 4. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Come on, Guatemala. Oh, Venezuela scores again. Bouncy, bouncy ball. No real control, but it finds its way in. Venezuela fans, something to cheer for this tournament. They've deserved it. This is a team that's played hard and just hasn't been able to get the results. Unfortunately, France decided they wanted to play against these guys. Just shocking. Fifth attacker back in for Iran. Looks like they're just running through some drills at this point, knowing France isn't going to push them. Little conversation going on in the Venezuela Guatemala game. Ooh, missed chance from Iran. And this Venezuela-Guatemala game's been pretty chippy. A couple yellows here in the last minute and a half or so. 90 seconds. Oh, France misses a wide open goal. I don't know what to make of all that. I really don't. Ooh, Guatemala with a great shot. Good heads-up play by the Venezuelan keeper here. France did end up scoring one. They didn't count that goal, I didn't think. Thought it was a handball. Interesting. That was... It's elementary. Elementary. I can't believe it. I cannot believe that France is just sitting back and taking second place. I really hope Thailand thumps them. Ooh, Guatemala making things interesting. Man, Guatemala's been playing with a fifth attacker almost the entirety of this second half so far. Let's see something real quick here. Pause music for just a sec.
By Karimi. With confidence there with the high ball.
I kind of wish I would have been
In this second game of the day.
playing the commentary off screen so I could hear what they had to say about that first half.
Adrenaline rush that was Panama against Tajikistan.
They're talking about everything but this game to try and at least have something interesting to talk about, I guess. Interesting stuff. So if this holds, Panama sneaks through. With thanks to Tajikistan just not showing up in the last few minutes there of their match. I mean, absolute. You heard the commentator talk about it there, the absolute adrenaline rush that was the end of that game. Panama found themselves a hell of a lifeline. And we might actually see two CONCACAF teams make it through to the round of 16, which is awesome. Oh, boy. Come on, Guatemala. Make this thing interesting. Well, France and Iran are over in record time. There's 14 minutes left in the broadcast period for this game. Iran shaking hands, saying thanks for the freebie, guys. See you in 4 years. Pretty shameful. What do you guys think? What do you guys think about all that? How does that change your thoughts for the rest of the tournament? That does make things official at the top of Group F. Iran will face Morocco. And France will face Thailand. The only thing left on the line now is this last match, Venezuela-Guatemala, to decide if Panama goes through or can Guatemala overturn this result and sneak in. The goal differentials are close enough that it's possible. But Guatemala needs to find a way to come up with 4 goals in the next 9.5 minutes to do that. So it's a tall task. Interesting stuff. Link to the Argentina game. Argentina's not playing right now. Right now, we've got Guatemala versus Venezuela. It's the only game that's live right now. And we are showing that in our Discord channel. So if you click on the link in the pinned message or in the description to Discord, you can find the game playing there. Guatemala puts one in. All right. 4-2. They're still alive. 5th attacker paying off. But man, you can see the toll this game is taking on Guatemala. If they do make it through, they'll be thankful for the few days off. That's for sure. Sneaks it in off the post. Almost a howler. Easy to judge from home, but man, if he would have just tapped that in with the left, it would have been a lot easier. Venezuela with the timeout. Do they change tactics here to try and lock things up for the rest of the second half here? Excuse me, guys. Sorry. See what happens. Is that enough to revitalize Guatemala to go on a run here? I would love to see that. I'd love to see Guatemala make the end of this tournament interesting. Come on, guys. Oh, no way. So close. Wow. Great play by Guatemala. Great chip over the keeper, but everything was happening so fast. That was a tough one to... Oh, goodness. So, you know what's interesting? We saw Iran do this, too, when they finally decided to start playing. Venezuela has thrown on a 5th attacker of their own. Are they trying to... Oh. Whoa, great save! Chip it, son! So Venezuela's thrown on a 5th attacker even though they're up by 2. Looks like in an effort to maybe stifle these counterattacks in this offense. Great bike. Oh, great save. All reactions. Incredible. There, get there. Man, I cannot help but cheer for Guatemala here. But man, this is tough. Oh, Venezuela. Venezuela gets a goal on a counter. I saw a Guatemala player go down with hands to the face. So they were never full strength coming back. Wow. Incredible. Whew. Uphill battle continues for Guatemala. Tell you what. Does this get taken back? The hands to the face. Maybe. Maybe. What are they reviewing here? Are they reviewing the contact with the fifth attacker, or are they reviewing the hands to the face to number 8? I'm not sure I understand what they're reviewing based on what they're showing on the screen. Taking their time, too. Jeez Louise. Okay, let's see what they say.
To the review, there is a careless foul from number 9 Venezuela. Final decision, no
Se
goal.
los dije.
The
El
goal is overturned.
era sobre la falta de Briseño a la cara de Ruiz. Yo la vi desde el principio.
Muy buen
No
ojo,
gol.
Karim. Muy buen ojo.
Wow, that's a huge break for Guatemala. And I think it's fair. I mean, that swing of the arm is not really necessary. So we're back to 4-2. Guatemala throwing a huge lifeline here. And they get a free kick on the other side as well, which is huge. Now, does that count towards the foul count? It should, right? So that also puts Venezuela at 4 fouls with 7.5 to go. 7 minutes, 20 seconds. So now Venezuela has a 2-goal lead. Guatemala with a little bit of momentum here. And now they got to be mindful about how physical they play. Hit it. Hit it. Ooh, man, this is so entertaining. This is a great match. This is what futsal's about right here, guys. I love this. Guatemala keeping their 5th attacker forward in a lot of ways. Lift it. Ooh. Oh, man, I'm loving this from Guatemala and Venezuela. Both teams playing really hard. I mean, Venezuela is mathematically... I mean, they're basically out. They would need a huge goal differential to move through, which they're not going to get. And Guatemala, I mean, they have a lot to play for here, and they're showing it. But both teams playing with a lot of pride, playing like everything's still on the line on both sides, which is awesome. There's a goal for Venezuela. Oh, yeah, goal for Venezuela. They're back to 5-2. Damn, Guatemala's almost playing better without their keeper. They're almost playing better with their fifth attacker. Although that's a defensive mistake there for Guatemala, not their goalkeeper's mistake. Should be noted. Aguilar a little out of position there. He got caught ball watching. They've been playing really, really hard. I mean, the physical strain that must be under Guatemala right now to try and keep up in this match. And you can see it. When there's those stops in play, you can tell by the way they're carrying their knees, their legs. Heavy legs definitely going on right now. Definitely some heavy legs. But hey, I appreciate that they're heavy. Man, I'll tell you what. What an effort from both these teams. Truly. Is this the... Wow, what a goal. What a goal. Venezuela's starting to put Guatemala away here. 6-2. Great shot. Great shot. Looks like an injury along the way, though, for the Venezuelan player that scored. What happened here? Oh, you know what? Looks like he twisted his ankle on his plant foot. Oh, no. Oh, no. Hopefully he's all right. Hopefully that's a quick recovery. What am I looking at here? Looks like he might have pulled a muscle from that, not necessarily the twisted ankle. It looks like they're dealing with a hammy. And he looks like he's in a lot of pain. Both these teams have just played exceptionally hard. Exceptionally hard. Good stuff. Good effort from these teams. I don't. I'm really impressed with these two teams right now. Still flying the keeper, still going for it all. Another timeout here, this time for Guatemala. Curious to see what happens here, guys, for these last few minutes. Do they continue to push with this fifth attacker? Do they change some strategy and how they're playing the fifth attacker? Very refreshing game compared to how these 11 o'clock games started. Love to see Guatemala at least get a few of these goals back. They deserve it. They definitely deserve it. Still playing that fifth attacker deep. Playing him off that back post. If I remember right, from watching a couple of Guatemala had, I think, 2 friendlies against Uzbekistan in the lead up to this tournament. I believe they played fifth attacker in both those. Right play, wrong placement there for the fifth attacker. Wow. Fortunate for Venezuela, but they make it 7. Panama fans are cheering right now for Venezuela, I think. I think this puts them through. Maths have never been my strong suit, but great strength from the Venezuelan player there to make that happen. Boy, oh boy. Who would have guessed that a team with a -7 goal differential be making it through as the best third place team? Actually, if you're Panama, you want to start cheering for Guatemala, I think, because if Venezuela wins by much more, then Panama is out. That's an interesting wrinkle in this, is Venezuela's overturned a massive goal differential they walked in with. So this makes things a little more interesting. If Venezuela runs away with this thing, they're through. Because I think right now they're tied with Panama in goal difference of -7. One more goal for Venezuela and they're through. So they're not going to let off the gas. What do you guys think is going to happen? Great lift. Oh boy. 3 minutes to go. It's a nail biter. Venezuela's got to realize they've got a chance here. Guatemala really the ones knocking on the door at the moment, though. 2-on-2 counter here. Oh, interesting play. Guatemala literally just throwing everything they got at this thing. Ooh. Oh, props to the Guatemalan goalkeeper here. He's made himself the fifth attacker. Smart foul. You've got 4 to give. Do it. Save that goal difference. Oh, come on. It's a yellow for it. I still think it's a smart play. You got fouls to give. What are they spraying? What are they even spraying on the guy? Smart to do it then, too. Otherwise, it's the last guy back. Yeah, Venezuela's at a -5 goal diff right now. That means Panama's out. I actually, the standings I was looking at on FIFA's website weren't up to date. So I think this actually puts Venezuela through. They started the day in dead last in Group F. That means Guatemala's got to score 2. They got to bring 2 back for Panama to make it through. That's very interesting. This is what the last day of the tournament's all about, is this kind of stuff right here. Very, very interesting last 2.5 minutes here to go then. Guatemala at this point is either saving Panama or dooming them. So far, they're dooming them. I would have guessed that at the beginning of this. I thought this game would be a little bit closer, but I think a lot of the reason it's not is because Guatemala is literally giving it their all to a point of throwing their 5th attack route almost the entirety of the second half. And a bit of the first half, too, don't forget. If you're Venezuela, you could easily sit back at this point and absorb the pressure if you wanted to, but they're not as well. They're really pushing hard. Playing like it's their last game of the tournament. Oh, there's the 5th foul. Now, in a minute 40, Venezuela's on 5 fouls, but they're up by 5. Guatemala just not stopping. I love that. Good for you guys. Ton of respect for Guatemala. Ooh, unfortunate. Yeah, massive respect to Guatemala on this one, guys. They've always been a team I've appreciated. Being one of the best teams in CONCACAF always, fairly consistently, it's easy to appreciate what they've done and what they do. One minute to go. Can Guatemala save a CONCACAF spot in the round of 16? They're playing like they're trying to. Uh-oh. That was a little risky. Seems like they're running out of ideas here in the waning moments. So we'll know who our best third place teams are officially here in about 35 seconds. I don't know how quickly FIFA will update their page as far as the bracket's concerned. So if you guys want to follow along with that, I need to get back to... Oh, there's a goal for Guatemala. They bring one back. It's 7-3. Panama is praying to the CONCACAF gods right now for a little extra help. One more goal. What's that do to the standings? -6 for Venezuela now? Instead of -5? And Panama is sitting at -7. Ooh, buddy. Venezuela either needs to... I don't know what they need to do. They just need to clean up this game, come out unscathed, no dumb fouls. They're bringing back out their number 9. He's been pretty instrumental in this thing. 23 seconds to go. Again, Guatemalan goalkeeper has done a great job of... He doesn't exactly have the frame for your traditional sixth attacker, but man, he is putting in some effort. He's not been afraid to just hit the gas and try and get into this thing and make a difference up at the top. 1 second left. If Venezuela holds on to this, they are through. But what I was saying before that goal, guys, I'm not probably going to stick around to see if FIFA updates our website, but I'll post it in the Discord. So if you're interested in seeing what the bracket looks like, I'm sure plenty of people will be posting screenshots of it on Twitter as well. So if I see that come through, I will retweet somebody or post my own version of that. There's the game. So Venezuela makes it through. Pretty good stuff. Pretty good game. You could see the exhaustion on the players. Both teams giving it their all. Pretty incredible. Admirable, especially with the giant black mark on the day from the France-Iran match. This was refreshing. This was really refreshing. Long game, a lot of stoppages because there was a lot of effort. I mean, very well deserved for Venezuela. Did a quick refresh on the FIFA site just to see. I doubt it. I doubt that. Yeah, so by current count, from what I can tell, Costa Rica is through. Is the best third place team. Croatia is through. Afghanistan is through, which I find exciting as well. I'm really excited about seeing Afghanistan in the round of 16. First ever World Cup, they make it to the round of 16. France, despite today, they see themselves in the round of 16 for the first time in their first ever World Cup for futsal. Venezuela through. So Panama, Libya knocked out as third place clubs after today's results. Best I can tell. Guys, thank you so much for following along. I sure do appreciate it. I appreciate you guys being in the Discord as well. See, we had some new people join. Thank you for being there. Thank you for helping grow this community. It deserves better. Although we weren't superbly represented today, it's clear that there's some passion out there. And I'm really looking forward to seeing how it develops from here. So, congratulations to the teams that made it through. Next round of matches will be Tuesday. Tuesday, we see the round of 16 begin. Let's take a look at that round of games. So, Brazil will face one of the best third place teams, excuse me. Depending on how the rest of this shakes out, I can't be bothered to do the math on that right now. Sorry, I just don't have the brain power for it. Netherlands will face Ukraine on Tuesday as well. So Brazil's the early game at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Netherlands-Ukraine will be at 11. Both games on FS2. I will be at work. Maybe I can figure out a way to stream those from my phone to Discord. Maybe I could share my phone screen for that. If not, I'll also keep an eye out for Last Letter, who's another futsal aficionado content creator. And he tends to stream on TikTok, and the way things are working over there, he can stream the games. Make sure you support him, because when he does that, he gets demonetized. He doesn't end up on the For You page, so he gets nothing for it. He's doing it for the sake of the game and getting the word out. So make sure you support him, please. And if I see that he is streaming, I'm going to try and post about it in the Discord, depending on my work schedule. Do my best to do that from work, and make sure that we're supporting the game. So keep an eye out for Tuesday's matches. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday are the remaining round of 16 matches. If you guys were here earlier in the stream, Sunday, I don't know if I'm going to be able to stream or not. I might be traveling home from Lansing for Futsal Champions Series commitments that I have. But if I can make it home the night before, I will try and stream those games There'll be 2 matches on Sunday, I believe. Yes, first 2 quarterfinal matches will be on Sunday. Second 2 will be on Monday. Semifinals Wednesday, Thursday. And then the Sunday of the finals, we'll do our best to be here as well. Fox Sports 2 for the 3rd place match at 8:30, and Fox Sports 1 for the final. But that's 2 weeks away. We got plenty of time to think about that. So that said, thank you guys very much for being here for the streams. I appreciate you guys being here and supporting futsal. And I hope you enjoyed the watch-along party. I hope you guys are enjoying the games. Make sure you follow us in Discord. I'm on Twitter as well. I'm not super active there, but you're welcome to follow me there. Subscribe to the channel. Make sure you don't miss any updates for other watch parties and other videos. And until I see you guys then, don't forget to play with your soul.